Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if solitude held its own gentle wisdom, where waves whispered ancient secrets to those patient enough to listen, and starlight painted stories across weathered stone. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The year was 1912, and the world teetered on the edge of change like a ship balanced on a wave's crest. Yet here, on this weathered promontory where land surrendered to the endless embrace of the North Atlantic, time moved with the patient rhythm of tides and the steady pulse of lighthouse beams cutting through maritime darkness. The lighthouse of Beacon's Rest had stood sentinel for 47 years, its white-painted tower rising 120 feet above the granite cliffs, weathered by salt spray and countless storms, yet stubborn as the men who tended its flame. The keeper's cottage nestled against the lighthouse's base like a faithful companion, its red brick walls and slate roof speaking of practical beauty, the kind that emerges when function and form dance together in perfect harmony. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney on this October evening, carrying the comforting scent of burning oak, and the faint aroma of fish stew simmering in the iron pot that had served 3 generations of keepers. The windows glowed with warm lamplight, casting amber rectangles across the salt-stained grass that grew in stubborn patches between the rocks. This was a world where men measured their worth not in gold or grand gestures, but in the steady reliability of their beacon's beam, in the ships guided safely past hidden reefs, in the quiet satisfaction of duty performed without fanfare or applause. The lighthouse service attracted a particular breed of soul, those who found companionship in solitude, who could read the ocean's moods like a favourite book, who understood that some of life's most profound conversations happened in the space between heartbeats, in the pause between waves. Thomas Whitmore had been keeper of Beacon's Rest for 16 years, having inherited the position from his predecessor, old Magnus Crow, who'd claimed the lighthouse called to certain men the way sirens called to sailors, though with considerably more wholesome intentions. Thomas often wondered if Magnus had been pulling his leg, but on nights like this, when the salt air seemed to hum with ancient stories and the lighthouse beams swept across waters that had witnessed everything from Viking longships to modern steamers, he suspected the old keeper might have been onto something after all. The evening routine began as it always did, with the kind of methodical precision that comes not from rigid training but from deep understanding. Thomas climbed the 147 steps of the spiral staircase. He'd counted them so many times they'd become a meditation rather than mere exercise. His boots, worn soft by years of these same steps, created a rhythm against the iron treads, thump, thump, thump like a heartbeat climbing toward the sky. The lens room awaited at the tower's crown, a crystal palace in miniature where the Fresnel lens gathered and focused light, with the dedication of a scholar poring over ancient texts. The lens itself was a marvel of 19th century engineering, composed of hundreds of individual prisms arranged in concentric rings, each one cut and polished to mathematical perfection. When the oil flame burned at its centre, the lens transformed that single point of light into a beam that could be seen 20 miles out to sea, a distance that encompassed roughly 1,300 square miles of ocean, an area larger than many counties. Thomas checked the oil reservoir with the attention of a physician taking a patient's pulse. The lighthouse consumed roughly 2 gallons of oil each night, and the quality had to be perfect. Any impurity could cause the flame to smoke or flicker, turning the beacon from a guide into a hazard. He'd learned to detect even subtle variations in the oil's colour and consistency, knowledge passed down through generations of keepers like a carefully guarded secret. The flame itself required constant attention throughout the night. Every 4 hours, Thomas would climb these steps again to trim the wick, adjust the airflow, and ensure the light remained steady and true. It was a rhythm that had shaped his sleep patterns, his dreams, his very understanding of time's passage. While the world below slept in continuous darkness, lighthouse keepers lived by a different clock, one measured in the sweep of beams and the turning of lenses. Tonight, as Thomas lit the beacon and watched the first sweep of light paint a silver path across the darkening waters, he felt the familiar settling of his soul that came with this moment. The lighthouse was alive now, breathing light across the ocean in steady, measured pulses. 4 seconds of brilliant illumination, followed by 4 seconds of darkness, then light again. A heartbeat visible from the edge of the world. The view from the lens room encompassed a landscape that changed with each passing hour yet remained essentially timeless. To the north, the coastline curved away in a series of coves and headlands, each one named by generations of fishermen and mariners. Devil's Elbow, where the rocks jutted out like broken teeth. Mercy Bay, sheltered and calm even in the worst weather. The Three Sisters, a trio of sea stacks that had been carved by centuries of waves into cathedral spires of stone. To the south, the shore straightened into a long beach where the waves arrived in organised ranks, each one building to its perfect moment before dissolving into foam that caught the lighthouse beam like scattered diamonds. On clear nights, Thomas could see the lights of Millfield Harbour, 23 miles distant, twinkling like earthbound stars. The harbour served fishing fleets and occasional merchant vessels, though the great shipping lanes lay further offshore in deeper waters where the largest steamers could navigate without fear of hidden rocks. But it was the eastern view that captured Thomas's imagination most completely, where the ocean stretched unbroken toward Europe, carrying with it the dreams and fears of countless souls who had crossed those waters seeking new lives or returning to old ones. On nights when the atmosphere was particularly clear, he sometimes fancied he could see the lights of ships so distant they might have been stars that had lost their way and fallen into the sea. The lighthouse itself told stories through its weathered stones and salt-stained glass. Built in 1865 by the firm of Henderson and Caldwell, it had been engineered to withstand 100-mile-per-hour winds and waves that could reach 60 feet in height during the worst storms. The foundation extended 12 feet into solid granite, anchored with iron rods and sealed with a mortar mixture that included crushed oyster shells, a technique borrowed from ancient Roman engineers who understood that some structures needed to bend without breaking. The tower walls tapered from 6 feet thick at the base to 3 feet at the top, creating a strength that seemed almost organic, like a stone tree that had grown rather than been built. The spiral staircase was a masterpiece of engineering efficiency, rising in a perfect helix that distributed weight evenly while allowing for thermal expansion. Each step was cast iron, designed to last centuries, though Thomas often reflected that iron was ultimately just another form of earth and sea, destined to return to rust and dust like everything else touched by salt air and time. Thomas descended from the lens room as full darkness settled over the coast, the beam now sweeping regularly across waters that reflected its light like a vast mirror. The cottage below welcomed him with warmth and the familiar comfort of routines established over years of solitary evenings. The kitchen occupied the cottage's heart, with a cast-iron stove that served for both cooking and heating, its surface worn smooth by countless meals and endless pots of coffee, strong enough to keep a keeper alert through the longest nights. The walls displayed a collection of charts, barometric instruments, and tide tables that represented the accumulated wisdom of decades. Thomas could read these instruments like a language, understanding how the subtle dance of pressure and temperature, wind direction, and wave height created the ever-changing symphony of coastal weather. The barometer tonight showed steady pressure, suggesting calm weather would persist through the next day. Good news for the fishing fleet that would venture out with dawn's first light. A well-worn leather chair sat beside the window facing east, positioned to catch both the morning sun and the evening view of ships passing on the horizon. The chair's leather had been softened by years of use, shaped to Thomas's form like an old friend who knew exactly how to provide comfort. A small table beside it held the tools of contemplation. A pipe that had belonged to Magnus Crow, a tin of tobacco that carried the sweet scent of Virginia leaves, and a journal bound in oilcloth where Thomas recorded not just the official observations required by the Lighthouse service, but his own thoughts about the rhythms of sea and sky. Tonight's entry would note the wind direction, southwest at 8 knots, the visibility, exceptional, with stars visible to the horizon, and the sea state, calm, with swells of 3 to 4 feet arriving from the deep Atlantic. But Thomas also recorded things that wouldn't appear in any official report. The way the lighthouse beam caught a school of fish swimming near the surface, creating brief flashes of silver light. The sound of seals calling from the rocks below, their voices carrying ancient loneliness across the water. The scent of approaching autumn in the salt air, crisp and clean with hints of the storms that would arrive with winter's advance. The cottage held the accumulated possessions of a man who had learned to find richness in simplicity. Books lined shelves built from driftwood, volumes on navigation and weather certainly, but also poetry and philosophy, novels and memoirs that connected this isolated outpost to the wider world of human experience. Thomas particularly treasured a collection of maritime stories by authors who understood the sea's dual nature as both destroyer and protector, as the vast wilderness that separated nations and the highway that connected them. A small radio, purchased just 2 years earlier, occasionally brought news from the outside world, though reception was unreliable and often filled with static that sounded like the ocean itself trying to speak through the airways. Thomas preferred the silence anyway, finding that the constant chatter of voices and music disrupted the subtle conversations between wind and wave, between lighthouse beam and starlight, that formed the true soundtrack of his existence. The kitchen table bore evidence of the evening's simple meal, a bowl that had held fish stew made from cod caught by the Millfield fleet, bread baked from flour that arrived monthly with the supply boat, and tea strong enough to cut through the salt air's chill. Thomas had learned to cook with the patience of someone who understood that good food, like good light, required attention to detail and respect for the process. The fish stew recipe had come from Magnus Crowe, who'd claimed it was passed down from keeper to keeper like a sacred trust. It began with salt pork rendered slowly until the fat ran clear, then onions cooked until they turned golden as sunrise, followed by potatoes cut into precise cubes, and fish added at the last moment to preserve its delicate texture. The secret, Magnus had confided, was a splash of the cooking rum that officially existed for medicinal purposes only, but somehow found its way into various dishes throughout the year. As Thomas settled into his chair with a cup of coffee that carried the bitter strength of beans shipped from ports whose names sounded like poetry, Santos, Mocha, Jamaica Blue Mountain, he reflected on the peculiar satisfaction of a life measured not in accumulation but in constancy. Each night brought the same essential duties: light the beacon, maintain the flame, watch the waters, record the observations. Yet within this framework of routine, infinite variation existed. No 2 nights were exactly alike. Weather systems moved across the ocean like vast, slow thoughts, each one bringing its own signature of wind and wave, pressure and precipitation. Ships passed with their own stories written in the patterns of their lights, the steady progression of merchant vessels following established routes, the erratic movements of fishing boats working the banks, the occasional luxury liner blazing with electric illumination like a floating city celebrating some perpetual festival. Wildlife followed seasonal rhythms that had been established long before humans learned to build towers and tend lights. Migrating birds used the lighthouse as a waypoint during their transcontinental journeys, sometimes resting on the gallery that circled the lens room like exhausted travellers grateful for any shelter. Whales passed offshore during their ancient migrations, their spouts visible in the lighthouse beam like brief prayers sent skyward from the deep ocean. Thomas had learned to read these patterns, like a vast, slow-moving book written in the language of tides and stars, wind direction, and animal behaviour. After 16 years, he could predict weather changes hours before his instruments registered them, sensing the subtle shifts in air pressure and wave patterns that preceded each new system's arrival. This knowledge hadn't come from textbooks or formal training, but from the patient observation that filled the quiet hours between his regular duties. The Lighthouse service attracted men who found meaning in such patience. who understood that some of the world's most important work happened far from crowds and acclaim. Thomas often thought of his fellow keepers scattered along coastlines around the world, each one tending their own beacon with the same quiet dedication, forming an invisible network of light that guided ships safely across the planet's vast waterways. Letters arrived monthly with the supply boat, bringing news from other stations and updates from the Lighthouse Service headquarters in Boston. Thomas particularly enjoyed correspondence from keepers at remote stations like his own, men who understood the peculiar satisfaction of solitude, the way silence could become not empty but full, pregnant with possibilities and observations that required stillness to perceive. One such letter, received just last week, had come from Samuel Morse, no relation to the telegraph inventor, though the coincidence amused both men, who kept a station on a rocky island 30 miles off the main coast. Samuel wrote of watching northern lights dance across winter skies, their green curtains reflected in ice-covered waters, creating displays that made him feel like the sole audience for celestial theatre, performed on a stage vast enough to humble any earthly production. Another correspondent, James Fletcher at Cape Fear Light in North Carolina, described the challenge of maintaining his beacon during hurricane season, when winds could reach speeds that turned rain into horizontal bullets and waves into moving mountains. James wrote with the matter-of-fact tone of someone who'd learned to find courage not in the absence of fear, but in the decision to do one's duty despite it, to keep the light burning even when the world outside seemed determined to extinguish everything human-made and fragile. These letters formed threads in a tapestry of shared experience that connected isolated men across vast distances, creating a community built not on physical proximity, but on common purpose and mutual understanding. Thomas kept the letters in a wooden box that had once held imported tea, reading them occasionally when the isolation felt heavier than usual, reminding himself that he was part of something larger than his solitary vigil. The coffee cup warmed his hands as Thomas gazed out at the lighthouse beam sweeping across waters that held the accumulated stories of centuries. Every ship that had passed this point had carried its own cargo of human dreams and fears, hopes and disappointments. Immigrant vessels had brought families seeking new lives in America, their passengers crowded into steerage compartments, clutching letters from relatives who'd made the journey before them, and photographs of children who'd grown too large to recognize by the time their parents arrived. Merchant ships had carried the raw materials of commerce, cotton from southern plantations, lumber from northern forests, grain from midwestern farms, binding the continent together through networks of trade that made cities like New York and San Francisco possible. Fishing vessels had pursued the seasonal migrations of cod and herring, mackerel and tuna, their crews understanding the ocean as both workplace and wilderness, source of livelihood and potential grave. Naval vessels had passed during times of tension and conflict, their grey hulls cutting through waters that remained neutral even when the nations above them chose sides. Thomas remembered the Spanish-American War 14 years earlier, when warships had steamed past his lighthouse, carrying young men whose faces he couldn't see, but whose fate he worried about nonetheless, understanding that war at sea held particular terrors for those who knew how quickly the ocean could claim even the largest vessels. The lighthouse beam continued its steady sweep, 4 seconds of light followed by 4 seconds of darkness, marking time in a rhythm that had remained constant since the day Thomas first lit the beacon. This consistency was both the greatest challenge and the deepest satisfaction of lighthouse keeping, the understanding that ships and sailors depended on this light appearing exactly when and where they expected it, that any failure of attention or equipment could mean the difference between safe harbour and disaster. Thomas rose from his chair and climbed the stairs again for his 10 o'clock inspection, a ritual that would be repeated at 2 in the morning and again at 6. The wick burned cleanly, the oil flowed smoothly, the lens rotated with the steady precision of clockwork. Everything functioned as it should, yet Thomas knew that mechanical reliability was only part of a lighthouse keeper's responsibility. The other part was less tangible but equally important, the human presence that transformed an automated beacon into a true beacon of hope. Sailors spoke of the comfort they felt when they saw a lighthouse beam, not just because it marked safe passage, but because it represented another human being maintaining watch through the night, standing guard against the ocean's indifference. This psychological comfort was harder to measure than the beam's range or the lens's efficiency, but Thomas understood its importance from letters he'd received over the years, from captains whose ships had been guided safely past his rocks during difficult passages. One such letter, from the captain of a merchant vessel that had encountered heavy fog 3 years earlier, described how the steady pulse of Beacon's rest light had provided not just navigation, but reassurance during 12 hours of near-zero visibility. The captain wrote that knowing someone was tending that light, making sure it burned true and bright, had helped his crew maintain the calm confidence necessary for safe seamanship during conditions that could have easily led to panic and disaster. These letters reminded Thomas that his solitary vigil connected him to the broader human community in ways that weren't always visible but were always meaningful. Every ship that passed safely carried people with their own stories, their own reasons for being on the water, their own loved ones waiting for their safe return. The lighthouse beam reached across the darkness to touch these stories, to play a small but vital part in their successful completion. The October night air carried the scent of autumn's approach, the first hint of the storms that would arrive with the winter, bringing challenges that would test both the lighthouse's engineering and the keeper's resolve. Thomas had weathered 15 winters at Beacon's Rest, learning to read the subtle signs that preceded each storm system, the change in wave patterns as deep ocean swells began arriving from distant disturbances, the shift in wind direction that signalled approaching low-pressure systems, the particular quality of light that preceded the season's first true tempest. Winter storms at this latitude could be spectacular and terrifying, with waves that reached the lighthouse gallery 90 feet above normal sea level and winds that made the entire tower vibrate like a tuning fork. During the worst weather, Thomas would remain in the lens room for hours at a time, monitoring the beacon and making constant adjustments to compensate for the building's movement and the challenge of maintaining a steady flame in conditions that seemed designed to extinguish any human-made light. But even the most severe storms eventually passed, leaving behind skies scoured clean and seas that sparkled with the particular brilliance that followed nature's most dramatic performances. Thomas had learned to find beauty in these violent displays, understanding them as part of the ocean's eternal conversation with the sky, a dialogue conducted in the languages of wind and wave, pressure and precipitation, that had been going on since long before humans learned to build towers or tend lights. The midnight watch approached, bringing with it the deepest hours of the keeper's vigil. These were the hours when the boundary between day and night dissolved completely, when time seemed to move with the rhythm of tides rather than clocks, when the lighthouse beam became not just a navigation aid, but a meditation on the nature of light itself, its power to pierce darkness, its ability to provide comfort across vast distances, its role as both practical tool and spiritual metaphor. Thomas prepared for the long watch ahead by stoking the stove and brewing a fresh pot of coffee, by checking his weather instruments and updating his log entries, by performing all the small rituals that marked the transition from evening routine to night vigil. But most importantly, he prepared by settling into the patient alertness that lighthouse keeping required, a state of relaxed attention that could be maintained for hours without fatigue, that allowed for both careful observation and peaceful contemplation. The lighthouse beam continued its sweep across waters that held the reflected light like scattered coins tossed by some generous giant. Each pulse illuminated a different section of the ocean's surface, revealing the constant motion of waves and swells, the occasional passage of night-flying birds, the phosphorescent wake of marine animals moving through water that glowed with microscopic life. These brief glimpses of the ocean's nighttime activity reminded Thomas that darkness didn't mean emptiness, that life continued its ancient patterns even when human eyes couldn't see them clearly. Ships occasionally appeared on the horizon, their lights forming constellations that moved slowly across the star field of the sea. Thomas had learned to identify different types of vessels by their light patterns: merchant ships with their regulation red and green running lights, and white masthead lights arranged according to international maritime law, fishing boats with their working lights, casting nets of illumination across the water as crews pursued their nocturnal harvest. Naval vessels with their more subdued lighting, designed to reveal position without advertising capability or intent. Each ship represented a small world unto itself, carrying its own community of sailors and passengers, its own cargo of dreams and necessities, its own story written in the language of departure and destination. Thomas sometimes wondered about the lives being lived aboard these distant vessels, the conversations taking place in wheelhouses and crew quarters, the meals being prepared in galley kitchens, the dreams and worries occupying the minds of people who'd chosen to make their living on water rather than land. The fishing fleet from Millfield Harbour would begin returning with dawn, their holds filled with the night's catch, their crews exhausted by hours of hauling nets and sorting fish by the light of kerosene lanterns. Thomas knew many of these fishermen by name, had watched their boats pass his lighthouse thousands of times over the years, had shared drinks and stories with them during their occasional visits to the station for supplies or shelter during rough weather. These men understood the ocean from a different perspective than lighthouse keepers, as a workplace rather than wilderness, a source of livelihood rather than object of contemplation. Yet Thomas recognised in their faces the same deep knowledge of wind and wave, weather and tide, that shaped his own understanding of coastal life. They were all, in their different ways, students of the sea's moods and servants of its rhythms. The night deepened toward its darkest hour, when even the boldest souls felt the weight of solitude most heavily, and the lighthouse beam seemed to push against darkness with extra determination. This was the hour when Thomas felt most acutely his role as guardian against the void, as tender of light in a world that sometimes seemed determined to extinguish every human-made flame. Yet this was also the hour when the night revealed its deepest beauties, when stars seemed to burn with extra intensity, when the aurora occasionally painted northern skies with curtains of green and gold light that made earthly illumination seem pale by comparison, when the ocean itself seemed to glow with phosphorescence that turned breaking waves into liquid starlight. Thomas had witnessed phenomena during these deep night hours that he struggled to describe in his journal entries, experiences that seemed to belong more to poetry than to official weather observations. He'd seen St. Elmo's fire dance on the lighthouse's iron fixtures during electrical storms, creating halos of blue-white light that made the entire structure seem blessed by some benevolent electrical spirit. He'd watched meteors streak across the sky with such brilliant intensity that their light reflected on the ocean's surface, creating double-shooting stars that seemed to bridge heaven and sea. Most memorably, he'd once observed what he could only describe as a green flash, a phenomenon that sailors had described for centuries, but that scientists dismissed as optical illusion or atmospheric distortion. As the sun set on an exceptionally clear evening, the final sliver of solar disk had turned brilliant emerald for just an instant before disappearing below the horizon, as if the day's last light had been transformed into liquid jade by some alchemical process that occurred only under perfect atmospheric conditions. These experiences reminded Thomas that lighthouse keeping was about more than maintaining navigation aids and recording weather data. It was about bearing witness to the natural world's endless capacity for wonder, about serving as human representative at the boundary between civilization and wilderness, about maintaining a point of light and human presence in places where the planet revealed its most fundamental truths about the relationship between earth and sea, darkness and illumination, solitude and connection. The 2 o'clock inspection found everything functioning perfectly, the beacon burning with steady intensity, the lens rotating with mechanical precision, the oil flowing smoothly through lines that Thomas maintained with the care of a physician tending a patient's circulatory system. He climbed back down the stairs with the satisfaction of someone whose vigilance had been rewarded by reliable performance, whose attention to detail had ensured that ships passing in the night would find the guidance they needed. Back in the cottage, Thomas settled again into his chair with a fresh cup of coffee and opened his journal to record the night's observations. The wind had shifted slightly, now coming from due west at 6 knots. The visibility remained excellent, with stars visible all the way to the horizon. The sea state had calmed further, with swells of only 2 to 3 feet arriving in regular ranks that caught the lighthouse beam like moving mirrors. But Thomas also recorded less quantifiable observations, the way the lighthouse beam seemed to pulse in rhythm with his own heartbeat during the deepest hours of night, creating a sense of synchronization between human and mechanical that made the boundary between keeper and light seem less distinct. He noted the particular quality of silence that occurred around 3 a.m, when even the ocean seemed to quiet its voice to a whisper, when the lighthouse beam moved through air so still it seemed solid. These were the observations that wouldn't appear in official reports, but that captured the true essence of lighthouse keeping, the way extended solitude could heighten awareness of subtleties that escaped notice in the busy world of crowds and constant conversation. Thomas had learned to read the night like a book, written in languages of wind and star position, wave sound and bird call, atmospheric pressure, and the behaviour of light itself as it moved through air of varying density and moisture content. The radio crackled occasionally with static that might have been distant lightning, or might have been ships' wireless operators practicing their Morse code skills during the quiet hours when atmospheric conditions carried signals further than usual. Thomas had learned enough Morse code to follow simple transmissions, finding something comforting in the dots and dashes that connected isolated stations across vast distances, creating networks of communication that functioned even when conventional telephone and telegraph lines failed. Sometimes he received messages intended for the Lighthouse service, weather updates from the Boston headquarters, reports from other stations along the coast, occasionally personal messages from fellow keepers who wanted to share news or simply to confirm that another human being was awake and alert during the long night hours. Thomas always responded to these transmissions, understanding how important it was to maintain these threads of connection in a job that required so much solitude. The approaching dawn brought subtle changes that Thomas had learned to recognize through years of careful observation. The quality of darkness began to shift from the absolute black of deepest night to the slightly greyer tone that preceded the first hint of eastern light. The wind often calmed during these pre-dawn hours, as if the earth itself was holding its breath in anticipation of another day's beginning. Birds began stirring in the cliff-face nests below the lighthouse, their first tentative calls joining the constant whisper of waves against rock to create the early morning chorus that marked the transition from night to day. Thomas could identify most of these birds by their calls alone. The harsh cry of seagulls, the more musical notes of terns, the distinctive sound of cormorants that nested in the sea caves carved into the base of the headland. The fishing fleet would appear on the eastern horizon within the hour, their boats silhouetted against the growing light like a procession of dark shapes returning from the edge of the world. Thomas always felt a particular satisfaction in watching these vessels approach, knowing that his lighthouse had helped guide them safely through another night's work, that his vigilance had played a small but important part in their successful return to harbour. The 6 o'clock inspection found the beacon still burning strongly, though its light would soon be overwhelmed by the sun's growing brightness. Thomas began the process of extinguishing the flame and securing the lens for the day, routines that marked the end of one vigil and the beginning of the rest period that would prepare him for the next night's watch. But first he climbed to the lighthouse gallery to watch the sunrise, a daily ritual that never failed to remind him why he'd chosen this life of solitude and service. The sun emerged from the ocean like a prayer answered, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose that made even the most practical soul feel grateful for the simple miracle of another day's beginning. The sunrise revealed the lighthouse in its full glory, White Tower standing straight and strong against the morning sky, its fresh paint gleaming with dew that caught the early light like thousands of tiny prisms. The cottage below showed the comfortable wear of a building that had sheltered generations of keepers, its red brick walls and slate roof speaking of permanence and purpose, of human determination to maintain outposts of civilization in places where nature ruled supreme. The view from the gallery encompassed the full drama of the meeting between land and sea. To the north, the coastline curved away in a series of coves and headlands that had been carved by countless storms into shapes of sublime beauty. Each cove held its own character, some sheltered and calm, others exposed to the full fury of Atlantic weather, all of them bearing witness to the eternal conversation between water and stone that had been going on since the continents assumed their current positions. To the south, the shore straightened into the long beach where fishermen's families would soon begin gathering driftwood and checking the nets that had been set to dry overnight. Children would build sandcastles in the protected areas behind the dunes while their mothers collected shells and seaweed that could be used for garden fertilizer or soup stock, depending on the family's needs and preferences. But it was the eastern view that captured the essence of lighthouse keeping, the endless expanse of ocean that connected this small point of land to every other coastline on the planet. Ships that passed this lighthouse might next see the lights of Liverpool or Le Havre, might round the Horn to reach San Francisco across the Pacific to trade in ports whose names sounded like distant music. Yokohama, Singapore, Calcutta. Thomas descended from the gallery as the sun climbed higher, extinguishing the beacon flame and beginning the daily maintenance routines that kept the lighthouse functioning at peak efficiency. The lens needed cleaning to remove salt residue deposited by sea spray. The mechanism that rotated the lens required lubrication to ensure smooth operation. The oil lines needed inspection to check for any signs of wear or blockage. These tasks were performed with the methodical care of someone who understood that reliability depended on attention to seemingly minor details, that spectacular failures often began with small problems that went unnoticed or unaddressed. Thomas had learned lighthouse keeping from Magnus Crowe, who'd emphasized that the difference between good keepers and great ones lay not in their ability to handle emergencies, but in their dedication to preventing emergencies through careful daily maintenance. The cottage welcomed Thomas back with the familiar comfort of morning routines that had been refined through years of solitary practice. Breakfast consisted of oatmeal cooked with dried apples and cinnamon, bacon fried until it reached the perfect balance between crispy and chewy, and coffee strong enough to wash away the accumulated fatigue of the night watch. These simple pleasures, enhanced by the satisfaction of another successful vigil, reminded Thomas that happiness often came not from extraordinary experiences, but from ordinary ones performed with attention and gratitude. The morning mail delivery brought letters from the outside world, official correspondence from the Lighthouse service, personal letters from friends and family scattered across the continent, newspapers and magazines that connected this isolated outpost to the broader currents of human events. Thomas read these materials with the hunger of someone who'd learned to value information and connection, who understood that intellectual stimulation was as necessary as physical nourishment for maintaining mental health during extended periods of solitude. Today's delivery included a letter from his sister Catherine, who lived in Portland and worked as a seamstress for a clothing manufacturer that specialised in work garments for fishermen and lumberjacks. Catherine wrote with the practical affection of someone who understood her brother's choice of life, even if she couldn't imagine making it herself, sharing news of their aging parents and the small dramas of city life that seemed both familiar and foreign to Thomas after 16 years of lighthouse keeping. Another letter came from Henry Morrison, a former keeper who'd retired to a small farm in Vermont, where he raised sheep and wrote poetry inspired by his decades of tending lights along the Maine coast. Henry's letters often included his latest verses, poems that captured the essence of lighthouse keeping in language that managed to be both precise and mystical, technical and transcendent. The newspaper brought news of the wider world that was experiencing rapid change as the new century gained momentum. Automobiles were becoming more common in cities, though they remained curiosities in rural areas where horses and carriages still provided the most reliable transportation. Flying machines, barely a decade old, were advancing rapidly, with pilots attempting longer and more ambitious flights that suggested air travel might someday become practical for ordinary passengers. These developments felt both exciting and distant from Thomas's perspective at Beacon's Rest, where transportation still meant boats and supplies still arrived by sea, where the rhythms of life remained more closely tied to natural cycles than to mechanical innovations. Yet Thomas recognised that even his isolated world was connected to these broader changes, that the ships passing his lighthouse carried the products and people that made industrial progress possible, that the lighthouse service itself benefited from improvements in lens design and oil refining that emerged from the same spirit of innovation that produced automobiles and airplanes. The afternoon brought the kind of peaceful solitude that had drawn Thomas to lighthouse keeping in the first place. With the beacon extinguished and the morning maintenance completed, he had several hours to pursue the activities that fed his soul rather than simply fulfilling his professional duties. Reading occupied much of this time, not just the technical manuals and weather guides that were tools of his trade, but literature and philosophy, history and science, poetry and memoirs that connected him to the broader human conversation about meaning and purpose. Thomas particularly enjoyed travel narratives written by explorers and naturalists who'd ventured into remote regions, and returned with stories of landscapes and cultures that existed far beyond the reach of telegraph lines and regular mail delivery. These books reminded him that his own form of exploration, the deep investigation of a single place over many years, was equally valid and potentially more revealing than the rapid surveys conducted by travellers who moved quickly from place to place without staying long enough to understand the subtleties that emerged only through extended observation. The cottage library included works by authors who'd found inspiration in solitude and proximity to natural forces, Thoreau's observations of Walden Pond, Darwin's notes from the voyage of the Beagle, the journals of Arctic explorers who'd learned to find beauty in landscapes that seemed hostile to human survival. These writers understood that isolation could be a teacher rather than a punishment, that silence could be full rather than empty, that the careful observation of natural phenomena could reveal truths about existence that remained hidden in the rush and noise of conventional social life. Thomas kept his own journal not just for official weather observations, but as a place to record thoughts and insights that emerged from his unique position at the boundary between civilization and wilderness. His entries captured not just the mechanics of lighthouse keeping, but the philosophical implications of spending one's life as a beacon for others, as a human presence maintaining watch in places where the planet revealed its most fundamental truths about the relationship between order and chaos, light and darkness, human purpose and natural indifference. The afternoon hours passed in the gentle rhythm of solitary contentment, punctuated by small tasks that connected Thomas to the practical realities of lighthouse maintenance. He checked the weather instruments, noting that the barometer remained steady and the wind had shifted to northwest at 4 knots, conditions that suggested continued calm weather through the following night. The tide tables indicated high water at 11:47, which would bring the evening's first fishing boats closer to shore as they began their nocturnal pursuits. These calculations and observations formed part of the vast network of maritime intelligence that kept shipping moving safely along the coast. Every lighthouse station contributed to this network, sending daily reports to regional headquarters where weather patterns were analysed and shipping advisories were issued. Thomas took pride in the accuracy of his observations, knowing that captains and harbour masters relied on information gathered by keepers like himself to make decisions that affected both commerce and human safety. The supply boat was due in 3 days, bringing monthly provisions and the opportunity for conversation with Captain Eddie Brennan, who'd been delivering supplies to coastal stations for 12 years and had developed the kind of weathered philosophical outlook that came from spending one's life travelling between isolated outposts. Eddie's visits provided Thomas with news from other lighthouse stations, gossip from the small coastal communities that depended on maritime trade, and the perspective of someone who saw the lighthouse service from the outside while understanding its importance from long experience. These monthly visits had evolved into a ritual of mutual appreciation, Eddie grateful for the hot meal and warm shelter that Thomas always provided, Thomas grateful for the human contact and connection to the wider world that Eddie represented. They would spend hours talking about everything from weather patterns to political developments, from changes in shipping routes to innovations in lighthouse technology, conversations that satisfied Thomas's need for intellectual stimulation, while providing Eddie with the kind of thoughtful discussion that was rare in his usual round of brief supply deliveries. The cottage garden, sheltered from salt spray by a stone wall that Magnus Crowe had built 30 years earlier, provided both practical sustenance and aesthetic pleasure during the growing season. Thomas had expanded the original plantings to include herbs that thrived in the coastal climate, rosemary and thyme that could withstand salt air, sage and oregano that added flavour to the simple meals that formed the backbone of lighthouse cuisine, mint that grew wild near the freshwater spring that supplied the station with drinking water. Vegetables required more protection from the harsh coastal environment, but Thomas had learned to grow hardy varieties that could tolerate wind and salt. Potatoes that stored well through the winter months, onions that added essential flavour to fish stews and soups, carrots that seemed to grow sweeter when challenged by difficult conditions. The garden connected him to the land in ways that complemented his relationship with the sea, reminding him that sustenance came from patient cultivation rather than dramatic intervention. The afternoon sun climbed toward its zenith, painting the lighthouse tower in brilliant white light that made it visible from 20 miles out to sea even without the beacon burning. Thomas had often wondered what the lighthouse looked like to passing sailors during daylight hours, whether it appeared as a reassuring landmark or simply as another feature of the coastal landscape, or whether its presence provided the same psychological comfort during the day that its light offered during the night. Ships occasionally passed close enough that Thomas could see figures on their decks, could sometimes even exchange waves with crew members who'd spotted him working around the lighthouse station. These brief moments of human contact across the water served as reminders that his solitary vigil was part of a larger community of people who made their living from the sea, who understood the ocean as both workplace and wilderness, who knew the value of reliable navigation aids and the men who maintained them. The lighthouse service had attracted men like Thomas for more than half a century, creating a unique culture that combined technical expertise with philosophical reflection, practical skill with deep appreciation for the natural world. Lighthouse keepers were expected to be meteorologists and mechanics, navigators and record keepers, but they also became students of solitude, observers of natural phenomena, and guardians of traditions that connected the present moment to centuries of maritime history. Thomas had learned these traditions not just from official training manuals, but from conversations with veteran keepers who'd shared their accumulated wisdom during chance encounters at supply depots and lighthouse service meetings. He'd learned to read weather signs that weren't recorded in any textbook, the particular quality of light that preceded fog formation, the subtle changes in wave patterns that indicated approaching storms, the behaviour of seabirds that revealed information about fish movements and atmospheric pressure changes. This knowledge represented a form of scholarship that couldn't be acquired in universities or libraries, that emerged only from years of careful observation combined with practical experience. Thomas felt honoured to be part of this tradition, to serve as a link in a chain of knowledge that stretched back to the first humans who'd maintained signal fires on coastal promontories to guide fellow travellers safely home. The afternoon stretched toward evening with the leisurely pace of October days, when the light seemed to linger longer than clock suggested, when sunset approached with the dignified slowness of a ceremonial procession. Thomas began preparing for the evening routine that would transform him from daykeeper to night watchman, from maintenance worker to guardian of the light that would soon begin its patient sweep across darkening waters. The transformation began with personal rituals that marked the transition from daylight activities to nocturnal duties. Thomas shaved with the care of someone who understood that attention to personal grooming was part of maintaining morale during extended solitude, that self-respect required the same daily attention as lighthouse maintenance. He changed into the clean clothes that he kept specifically for night watch duty, understanding that the hours of darkness deserved the same professional presentation as daytime activities. Dinner preparation occupied the kind of careful attention that turned simple cooking into meditation. Tonight's meal would be simple but satisfying. Fresh fish that he'd caught from the rocks below the lighthouse that morning, potatoes from the garden store, bread baked 2 days earlier in the cottage's small oven. The fish had been a fine specimen, a striped bass that had fought with the kind of intelligent determination that made Thomas respect his opponent even as he worked to land it. The cooking process connected Thomas to generations of lighthouse keepers who'd learned to find sustenance from the sea that surrounded their stations. The techniques had been passed down through informal apprenticeships, keeper to keeper, creating a tradition of coastal cuisine that reflected both practical necessity and genuine appreciation for the ocean's bounty. Fish prepared simply with just salt and butter and herbs from the garden, captured flavours that more elaborate preparations often obscured. As Thomas prepared his evening meal, he reflected on the peculiar satisfaction of a life that provided such direct connection between work and sustenance, between daily effort and immediate result. The lighthouse he maintained guided the fishing boats that supplied his table. The garden he tended provided vegetables that complemented the fish he caught. The wood he gathered from storm-deposited driftwood heated the stove that cooked his meals. These connections created a sense of integration that was increasingly rare in a world where work and life were becoming more separated, where people often struggled to see direct relationships between their daily efforts and their actual needs. The sun began its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in shades that reminded Thomas why sunset had inspired poets and painters throughout human history. The colours seemed to emerge from some celestial palette that included hues for which ordinary language had no adequate names. Gold that was deeper than earthly gold, rose that was more vibrant than any flower, purple that seemed to contain all the mystery of approaching night. These colours reflected on the ocean's surface, creating a vast mirror that doubled the sky's beauty and reminded viewers that earth and heaven were separated by boundaries less absolute than they sometimes appeared. The lighthouse stood silhouetted against this magnificent backdrop, its white tower transformed into a dark pillar that connected the glowing sea to the luminous sky, serving as a bridge between elements that might otherwise seem disconnected. Thomas climbed the lighthouse stairs for the evening lighting ceremony, carrying with him the accumulated satisfaction of another day successfully completed. The stairs no longer felt like exercise after 16 years of twice-daily climbs. They'd become a form of moving meditation, a rhythmic ascent that prepared his mind for the transition from daykeeper to night guardian. The lens room awaited him with its familiar combination of precision engineering and practical magic. The Fresnel lens caught the dying sunlight and fractured it into thousands of rainbow fragments that danced across the walls like celebrations of light itself. Soon this same lens would gather the oil flame's steady glow and project it across waters where ships were beginning their nocturnal journeys, where captains were consulting charts and checking chronometers, where crews were preparing for night watches that would depend on the reliability of lights like the one Thomas was about to kindle. The lighting process had been refined through countless repetitions into a ceremony that honoured both the practical and symbolic importance of the lighthouse beacon. Thomas checked the oil reservoir with the attention of a priest preparing sacred vessels, trimmed the wick with the precision of a surgeon, adjusted the airflow with the sensitivity of a musician tuning an instrument. Each step was performed with the kind of mindful attention that transformed routine maintenance into meaningful ritual. The moment of ignition always brought a sense of profound satisfaction, as if Thomas were not simply lighting a lamp but participating in humanity's ancient struggle against darkness and chaos. The flame sprang to life with eager brightness, its light immediately gathered and magnified by the lens until it blazed with intensity that could reach across 20 miles of ocean to touch ships that existed beyond the horizon of normal human vision. The first sweep of the lighthouse beam across the darkening waters marked the beginning of another night's vigil, another 12 hours of standing watch against the dangers that maritime darkness could bring. Thomas settled into the rhythm of observation and maintenance that would carry him through until dawn, feeling the familiar sense of purpose that came with the knowledge that his vigilance mattered, that ships and sailors depended on the reliability of his light. The ocean spread before him like a vast manuscript written in languages of wave and wind, current and tide, that he'd been learning to read for 16 years. Tonight's conditions were nearly perfect for safe navigation. Calm seas, clear skies, excellent visibility that would allow ships to see the lighthouse beam from its maximum range. The barometer remained steady, the wind had dropped to a gentle breeze, and the stars were beginning to appear with the brilliant clarity that came only on nights when atmospheric conditions created perfect transparency. Ships would take advantage of such conditions to make good time along coastal routes that could be treacherous during stormy weather. Thomas expected to see more traffic than usual tonight. merchant vessels that had been waiting for favourable conditions, fishing boats venturing further offshore than they would during rougher weather, perhaps even passenger ships carrying travellers who preferred calm seas to the dramatic passages that some vessels encountered during Atlantic crossings. Each ship that passed would carry its own community of souls, its own cargo of dreams and necessities, its own story written in the ancient language of departure and destination. Thomas had learned to read these stories in the patterns of lights that moved across his horizon, in the speed and direction of vessels that appeared as distant constellations against the starfield of the sea. The evening deepened into full night, as Thomas maintained his watch from the lens room, monitoring the beacon's performance while observing the subtle changes that mark the ocean's transition from day to night. The water itself seemed to become more mysterious after dark, its surface reflecting starlight and lighthouse beam in patterns that suggested depths and possibilities that daylight somehow obscured. Night sounds emerged as daylight sounds faded, the different rhythm of waves against rock when heard in darkness, the calls of nocturnal seabirds that hunted fish attracted to surface waters by the moon's gravitational pull, the distant whistle of wind through the lighthouse's iron fixtures that created a subtle musical accompaniment to the visual symphony of light and shadow. Thomas descended from the lens room for his 10 o'clock rounds, checking the cottage systems and preparing for the long watch ahead. The kitchen welcomed him with warmth and the lingering aromas of the dinner he'd enjoyed earlier, reminding him that even the most dedicated professional duties were enhanced by attention to simple comforts that made solitary life not just bearable, but genuinely pleasant. The coffee pot produced its evening offering of stimulation and comfort, the brew strong enough to maintain alertness through the night hours, but not so intense as to create jittery nervousness that could interfere with the calm attention that lighthouse keeping required. Thomas had perfected his coffee preparation through years of nocturnal experimentation, learning exactly how much coffee and how long a brewing time produced the ideal balance of flavour and effectiveness. The cottage radio crackled with the evening weather report from Boston, confirming Thomas's own observations about the stable high-pressure system that would maintain clear conditions through the following day. The radio also brought fragments of music from distant stations, big band melodies that seemed to drift across the airwaves like musical messages from a world of ballrooms and celebration that felt both appealing and alien to someone whose evenings were spent in solitary communion with sea and stars. The midnight watch approached with its promise of the deepest hours of night observation, when the boundary between waking and dreaming became most permeable, when the lighthouse beam seemed to penetrate not just physical darkness, but the metaphysical mysteries that daylight somehow kept hidden. These were the hours when Thomas felt most acutely his role as sentinel and guardian, as human representative at the boundary between the known and unknown. The lens room at midnight became a crow's nest suspended between earth and sky, between the solid reality of the lighthouse structure and the infinite possibilities suggested by stars that seemed close enough to touch. The beam's regular sweep created a rhythm that synchronized with Thomas's breathing, with his heartbeat, with some deeper pulse that connected individual consciousness to the vast rhythms of tide and planetary rotation. Ships moved across the horizon like slow-moving prayers, their lights forming temporary constellations that appeared and disappeared, according to schedules known only to their captains and the commercial forces that drove maritime trade. Thomas watched these vessels with the attention of someone who understood that each one represented countless individual stories, countless moments of hope and fear, ambition and uncertainty that were being lived out on waters that remained fundamentally indifferent to human concerns. Yet the lighthouse beam reached across this indifference to provide guidance and comfort, to serve as proof that humans could create islands of reliability and care, even in environments that seemed designed to test every assumption about security and permanence. The beam's steady pulse announced to every passing ship that someone was keeping watch, that navigational aids were being maintained, that the ancient human tradition of helping strangers find their way safely home continued even in an age of rapid technological change. The 2 o'clock inspection found all systems functioning perfectly, the beacon burning with steady intensity that had remained constant since the evening lighting. Thomas performed his checks with the automatic precision of someone whose routines had been refined through thousands of repetitions. Yet he never allowed this familiarity to become carelessness, understanding that lighthouse keeping was one profession where momentary inattention could have consequences that extended far beyond personal responsibility. The cottage welcomed him back with its familiar embrace of warmth and shelter, its accumulated comfort of 16 years of solitary refinement. Thomas settled into his chair with fresh coffee and opened his journal to record the night's observations, noting wind direction and speed, visibility and sea state, the number and types of vessels that had passed within sight of the lighthouse beam. But the journal also captured observations that wouldn't appear in official reports. The particular quality of starlight on this October night, the way the lighthouse beam seemed to gather strength from the darkness it penetrated, the sense of connection to something larger than individual existence that came from maintaining watch during the hours when most of the world slept in peaceful ignorance of the ocean's constant presence. These personal observations represented Thomas's attempt to document experiences that had no place in official weather reports, but that captured the essential truth of what it meant to spend one's life as a keeper of light in places where human presence was both necessary and precarious. The journal served as evidence that the lighthouse vigil was about more than technical maintenance, that it was a form of witness-bearing, a way of paying attention to the natural world that honoured both its beauty and its power. The radio brought occasional transmissions from other stations, messages in Morse code that connected isolated keepers across vast distances of water and land. Thomas had learned to find comfort in these brief contacts, understanding them as proof that the Lighthouse network was more than just a collection of individual stations, that it was a community of shared purpose and mutual support that functioned according to principles of reliability and dedication that had remained constant even as the world around it changed with increasing speed. The pre-dawn hours approached with their promise of transition from night watch to morning routine, from the deep introspection that darkness encouraged to the practical activities that daylight would bring. Yet Thomas had learned that these transitions were less absolute than they appeared, that the insights gained during night watches informed daytime activities just as daily maintenance routines supported the reliability that night watches required. The lighthouse beam continued its faithful sweep across waters that held the accumulated dreams and fears of everyone who'd ever ventured onto the ocean, seeking fortune or fleeing misfortune, seeking adventure or simply seeking passage to places where life might offer better possibilities. Each pulse of light reached across the darkness to touch these stories, to provide momentary illumination for journeys that would otherwise be conducted in blindness and uncertainty. Thomas felt profound gratitude for the opportunity to serve in this capacity, to spend his life providing guidance and comfort to strangers whose faces he would never see, but whose safe passage depended partly on his vigilance and dedication. The lighthouse beam represented humanity's stubborn refusal to accept that darkness and chaos were the natural state of things, its insistence that light and order were worth maintaining even in places where they seemed most fragile and temporary. The approach of dawn brought subtle changes in the quality of darkness, the first hints of the daily miracle that would transform night into day through processes so fundamental and mysterious that no amount of scientific explanation could diminish their capacity to inspire wonder. Thomas prepared for the transition from night keeper to day guardian, from tender of artificial light to witness of natural illumination that would soon make his beacon seem pale by comparison. The sunrise ritual had become one of Thomas's most cherished daily experiences, a reminder that his solitary vigil was part of a larger rhythms that connected individual consciousness to cosmic cycles that had been operating since long before humans learned to build towers or tend lights. The sun's emergence from the ocean created a daily affirmation that darkness was temporary, that light would always return, that the human effort to create reliable beacons was participation in rather than opposition to the natural order. As the sun climbed above the horizon, painting the lighthouse in brilliant white light that made it visible for miles in every direction, Thomas extinguished the beacon flame and began the daily maintenance routines that would prepare the station for another night's service. The transition from night to day was also a transition from contemplation to action, from observation to maintenance, from philosophical reflection to practical responsibility. Yet Thomas had learned that these different aspects of lighthouse keeping were not separate duties, but different expressions of the same fundamental commitment: the determination to maintain reliable light in places where darkness could mean disaster, to provide human presence and care in environments that seemed designed to test every assumption about security and permanence. The cottage breakfast table welcomed Thomas with the simple satisfaction of hot food and strong coffee after a night of faithful service. The meal was enhanced by the knowledge that ships had passed safely during the hours of darkness, that the lighthouse beam had performed its ancient function of guiding travellers through dangerous waters, that another night's vigil had been successfully completed. The morning mail delivery would bring news from the outside world, letters from fellow keepers and family members, newspapers and magazines that connected this isolated outpost to the broader currents of human events. But Thomas had learned that the most important news was written in the languages of wind and wave, tide and weather, that the most significant events were the daily miracles of sunrise and sunset, storm and calm, that made life possible on a planet where beauty and danger were separated by margins too small to measure and too important to ignore. The lighthouse stood straight and strong against the morning sky, its beacon extinguished but its purpose undiminished, ready to begin another cycle of service that would connect human skill and dedication to natural forces that had been shaping coastlines since the continents assumed their current positions. Thomas felt deep satisfaction in his role as guardian of this connection, as keeper of light that served both practical and symbolic functions in a world that needed both navigation aids and reminders that darkness need not be permanent. The afternoon brought the peaceful solitude that had drawn Thomas to lighthouse keeping 16 years earlier, the opportunity to pursue activities that fed his soul rather than simply fulfilling professional obligations. The cottage library offered escape into worlds of imagination and learning, while the lighthouse itself provided a platform for observing the natural world with the kind of sustained attention that revealed truths invisible to casual observation. Evening approached with its promise of another night's vigil, another opportunity to serve as guardian of the light that connected this isolated outpost to the vast network of navigation aids that made maritime commerce and travel possible. Thomas prepared for the evening lighting ceremony with the same careful attention he'd brought to this task thousands of times before, understanding that reliability was not just a professional requirement, but a sacred trust that connected him to centuries of keepers who'd maintained their vigils despite storms and wars, loneliness and hardship. The lighthouse beam would soon begin another night's sweep across waters that held infinite stories of human courage and folly, determination and despair, hope and fear. Thomas felt honoured to play his small part in these stories, to provide the reliable light that helped ensure they ended in safe harbour rather than disaster. The beam would reach across darkness to touch lives he would never know directly, but whose safe passage would depend partly on his faithfulness to duties that connected individual service to the larger human project of creating islands of safety and reliability in a world where such things could never be taken for granted. As the sun set and Thomas climbed the lighthouse stairs to kindle the evening flame, he carried with him the accumulated satisfaction of another day in service to something larger than individual ambition or personal comfort. The lighthouse beam that would soon blaze across the darkening waters represented humanity's ancient determination to help strangers find their way safely home, to maintain beacons of hope and guidance even in the most isolated and challenging circumstances. The flame sprang to life with eager brightness, its light immediately gathered and magnified by the Fresnel lens until it blazed with intensity that could reach ships beyond the horizon of normal vision. The first sweep of light across the waters marked the beginning of another night's vigil, another chapter in the ongoing story of human beings who chose to spend their lives serving as beacons for others, as guardians of light in places where darkness could mean the difference between safe passage and disaster. Thomas settled into the rhythm of night watch that had shaped his existence for 16 years, feeling the familiar sense of purpose that came with the knowledge that his solitary vigil mattered, that ships and sailors depended on the reliability of his light, that he was part of a tradition of service that connected individual dedication to the larger human story of courage and care, determination and mutual aid, that made civilization possible even in the most challenging environments. The lighthouse beam swept across waters that reflected its light like scattered diamonds, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of everyone who'd ever looked to such lights for guidance and comfort. The beam reached beyond the horizon to touch stories that Thomas would never know completely, but that his faithful service helped bring to successful conclusions, creating connections between strangers that proved the ancient truth that we are all, in the end, keepers of lights for one another, guardians of beacons that help our fellow travellers find their way safely home. The night deepened around the faithful lighthouse, its beam sweeping steadily across waters where ships moved like prayers made visible, their lights forming temporary constellations in the vast darkness that separated all travellers from the safe harbours they sought. Thomas maintained his watch, with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose life had found its proper purpose, whose solitary vigil served the larger community of souls, who ventured onto waters that were beautiful and terrible, nurturing and dangerous, full of possibilities that required reliable lights to help transform them into realities. The deep midnight hours brought their own particular magic, when the lighthouse beams seemed to pulse, not just with mechanical precision, but with something approaching consciousness, as if the tower itself had developed awareness of its purpose and took pride in the reliability of its service. Thomas had noticed this phenomenon many times during his 16 years of keeping, the way the lighthouse seemed most alive during the darkest hours, when its light was most needed and most appreciated by those who depended on its guidance. The ocean at midnight revealed secrets that daylight kept hidden. Phosphorescent plankton created trails of blue-green fire in the wake of passing ships, transforming ordinary vessels into magical craft that seemed to sail through liquid starlight. Whales passed in the deep waters beyond the continental shelf, their spouts visible in the lighthouse beam like brief prayers sent skyward from the planet's most mysterious inhabitants. Schools of fish moved near the surface, creating silver flashes that caught the rotating light and transformed the sea into a vast mirror ball, celebrating some cosmic dance that had been going on since the oceans first formed. Thomas descended from the lens room for his 2:30 check, finding the cottage wrapped in the particular quality of silence that existed only in the deepest hours of night. The kitchen stove radiated gentle warmth that pushed back against the October chill, creating a circle of comfort that made the cottage feel like a ship's cabin anchored in an ocean of darkness. The coffee pot produced its familiar offering of bitter strength and aromatic comfort, the brew enhanced by the knowledge that it was sustaining someone engaged in essential work that connected individual effort to the safety of strangers. The cottage windows framed views of the lighthouse beam as it swept across waters that seemed to glow with their own internal light, as if the ocean itself was contributing to the navigation aids that made night travel possible. The beam's passage revealed different aspects of the seascape with each rotation, the white foam of waves breaking against the offshore rocks, the dark silhouettes of fishing boats working their nets in the deeper waters, the occasional glint of a ship's metal fixtures catching the light as vessels passed at the edge of visibility. These glimpses of maritime activity reminded Thomas that his solitary vigil was part of a vast network of human effort that kept commerce and communication flowing between distant ports. Every ship that passed his lighthouse was connected to countless other lives. The families of sailors who waited for their safe return, the merchants who depended on cargo arriving on schedule, the passengers who trusted their lives to the skill of captains and the reliability of navigation aids maintained by keepers like himself. The radio crackled with occasional transmissions from ships calling out their positions to coastal stations, their voices carrying across the airwaves like electronic bottles cast into an ocean of electromagnetic waves. Thomas had learned to recognize some of these voices, regular callers who followed predictable routes, and whose check-ins provided reassurance that the maritime world was functioning according to its ancient rhythms of departure and arrival, cargo and passenger service, fishing and trade. One transmission tonight came from the merchant vessel Atlantic Star, inbound from Liverpool, with a cargo of manufactured goods and a passenger list that included immigrants seeking new lives in America. The captain's voice carried the confidence of someone who'd made this crossing dozens of times, but also the underlying awareness that the ocean demanded constant respect regardless of how familiar the route might seem. Thomas plotted the ship's reported position on his chart, noting that it would pass within sight of Beacon's Rest just before dawn. Another transmission originated from the fishing vessel, Mary Catherine, working the banks 30 miles offshore where the continental shelf dropped away into the Atlantic's deepest waters. The boat's captain reported good fishing conditions and a hold that was nearly full of cod and haddock that would reach the Millfield Harbour market by afternoon. This news would be welcome in the coastal communities that depended on the fishing fleet for both employment and sustenance, where the success or failure of each night's work affected dozens of families who waited on shore for the boat's return. The lighthouse beam continued its faithful rotation, marking time in 4-second intervals that had remained constant since Thomas first lit the beacon 16 years earlier. This consistency represented more than mere mechanical reliability. It embodied the human commitment to maintaining order and safety in environments that could quickly become chaotic and dangerous. Ships' captains set their chronometers by the precise timing of lighthouse beams, used the regular flash patterns to fix their positions and confirm their courses. Thomas climbed back to the lens room for his 3 o'clock inspection, finding the beacon burning with the steady intensity that he'd learned to assess by the quality of a light it cast on the surrounding fixtures. The flame's colour indicated perfect oil flow and proper wick adjustment. The lens rotation proceeded with the smooth precision of clockwork that had been maintained through daily attention to lubrication and adjustment. The ventilation system drew air through the lamp chamber at exactly the rate needed to support complete combustion without creating harmful drafts. These technical assessments had become second nature after 16 years of lighthouse keeping. Yet Thomas never allowed familiarity to breed carelessness. He understood that his expertise was valuable precisely because it enabled him to detect subtle variations that might indicate developing problems, to make minor adjustments that prevented major failures, to maintain the kind of reliability that maritime safety demanded. The view from the lens room at 3 a.m. encompassed a seascape that seemed to exist in a realm between waking and dreaming, where the boundary between reality and imagination became permeable enough to allow visions that daylight somehow kept hidden. The lighthouse beam revealed landscapes of wave and foam that shifted constantly yet remained essentially the same, creating patterns that seemed both random and purposeful, chaotic and ordered, temporary and eternal. Thomas had learned to find in these nocturnal seascapes a kind of moving meditation that calmed his mind while sharpening his attention to the practical details of lighthouse keeping. The regular sweep of the beam created a rhythm that synchronized with his breathing, with his heartbeat, with some deeper pulse that connected individual consciousness to the vast rhythms that govern tides and weather, sunrise and sunset, the seasonal migrations of fish and birds that had been following the same routes for thousands of years. The stars at 3 a.m. burned with a particular intensity that came when atmospheric conditions created perfect clarity, when the air itself seemed to become transparent enough to reveal celestial objects that usually remained hidden by the subtle haze that accompanied even clear weather. Thomas had learned to navigate by these stars during his years at sea before becoming a lighthouse keeper, and he still took comfort in their familiar patterns, in the reliable progression of constellations across the night sky that provided a celestial clock more accurate than any human timepiece. The North Star hung directly above the lighthouse tower, its steady light serving as a fixed reference point around which all other stars appeared to rotate. Thomas often reflected on the parallel between his lighthouse beam and that celestial beacon, both providing reliable points of reference for travellers navigating through darkness, both maintained by forces beyond human control, yet serving human purposes, both connecting individual moments of need to larger patterns of guidance and support that made civilization possible. The pre-dawn hours approached with their promise of another successful vigil completed, another night of ships guided safely past the hidden rocks that could transform routine passages into maritime disasters. Thomas felt the familiar satisfaction that came with the knowledge that his attention and skill had contributed to the safety of strangers whose faces he would never see, but whose lives had been touched by the reliability of his beacon. The lighthouse beam would continue its sweep until sunrise made artificial light unnecessary, until the natural illumination of day provided navigation aids that no human engineering could improve upon. Yet Thomas understood that the transition from artificial to natural light was not really a transition from human to natural guidance, that the lighthouse itself was part of the natural order, a human response to natural challenges that honoured rather than opposed the fundamental forces that shaped coastal environments. The cottage kitchen welcomed Thomas back from his final night inspection with the warmth and comfort that made solitary life not just bearable but genuinely satisfying. The stove radiated heat that pushed back against the pre-dawn chill, creating a circle of human comfort in the vast darkness that surrounded the lighthouse station. The familiar rituals of coffee preparation and journal writing provided structure and meaning to the transition from night watch to morning routine. Tonight's journal entry would record not just the official weather observations and ship sightings that lighthouse service regulations required, but the personal reflections that captured the deeper meaning of spending one's life as a keeper of light in places where human presence was both necessary and precarious. The entry would note the particular quality of starlight that had made this night memorable, the way the lighthouse beam had seemed to gather strength from the darkness it penetrated, the sense of connection to something larger than individual existence that came from maintaining watch during the hours when most of the world slept. These personal observations represented Thomas's attempt to document experiences that had no place in official reports, but that captured the essential truth of lighthouse keeping, that it was about more than technical maintenance and a weather recording, that it was a form of witness-bearing that honoured both the beauty and power of the natural world, while serving the practical needs of the human community that depended on safe navigation. The radio brought the 4 o'clock weather report from Boston, confirming Thomas's own observations about the stable high-pressure system that would maintain clear conditions through the following day. The report also included updates on shipping traffic and weather conditions along the coast, information that helped Thomas understand how his own station fit into the larger network of navigation aids and weather monitoring that kept maritime commerce functioning safely and efficiently. The pre-dawn darkness began its subtle transformation toward the grey light that preceded sunrise, marking the approach of another daily miracle that never failed to inspire wonder, regardless of how many times Thomas had witnessed it. The lighthouse beam would soon be extinguished, its artificial light overwhelmed by the natural illumination that made human-made beacons seem pale by comparison. Yet the transition represented continuity rather than replacement, the same human commitment to providing guidance and safety expressed through different means as conditions changed. The sunrise approached with the dignified slowness of a celestial ceremony that had been performed every day since the Earth began rotating on its axis. Yet each performance seemed unique and unrepeatable, each dawn bringing its own combination of colours and atmospheric conditions that made the familiar seem miraculous. Thomas prepared for the daily ritual of extinguishing the beacon and watching the sun emerge from the ocean like a prayer answered, like proof that light would always return after even the darkest nights. The lighthouse stood ready for another day of service, its beacon extinguished but its purpose undiminished, prepared to begin another cycle of the routine that connected human skill and dedication to natural forces that had been shaping coastlines since the continents assumed their current positions. Thomas felt deep gratitude for the opportunity to serve as guardian of this connection, as keeper of light that served both practical and symbolic functions in a world that needed both navigation aids and reminders that darkness need not be permanent. The sun broke free of the horizon in a burst of golden light that painted the lighthouse tower in brilliant white radiance and set the ocean ablaze with reflected fire. The daily miracle of sunrise transformed the familiar seascape into something that seemed almost supernatural in its beauty, reminding Thomas why he had chosen a life that provided front-row seats to the planet's most spectacular daily performances. As the lighthouse beam faded into insignificance beside the sun's overwhelming brightness, Thomas felt the satisfaction of another vigil successfully completed, another night of faithful service to the maritime community that depended on the reliability of coastal navigation aids. The beacon that had burned through the darkness would rest during the daylight hours, gathering strength for another night's service, another opportunity to reach across the waters with light that connected human dedication to the ancient human project of helping strangers find their way safely home. The lighthouse would stand ready for whatever challenges the next night might bring, storms that would test its engineering and the keeper's resolve, calm weather that would make navigation seem deceptively easy, the endless variety of conditions that made each night's vigil unique, while serving the same essential purpose that had drawn humans to build beacon fires on coastal promontories since they first learned to travel by water. Thomas descended from the lens room with the contentment of someone whose life had found its proper purpose, whose solitary service connected individual effort to the larger human story of mutual aid and shared responsibility that made civilization possible even in the most challenging environments. The lighthouse beam had swept across another night's waters, touching lives and stories that would continue beyond the horizon, creating connections between strangers that prove the ancient truth that we are all, ultimately, keepers of lights for one another, guardians of beacons that help our fellow travellers navigate safely through the darkness toward whatever safe harbours await them. The cottage breakfast table welcomed Thomas with the simple satisfaction of hot food and strong coffee after another night of faithful service, enhanced by the knowledge that ships had passed safely during the hours of darkness, that the lighthouse beam had performed its ancient function of guiding travellers through dangerous waters, that another chapter had been written in the ongoing story of human beings who choose to spend their lives serving as beacons for others. The morning brought its own routines and satisfactions, its own opportunities for service and contemplation, but the night's vigil remained the heart of a lighthouse keeping. Those quiet hours when artificial light held back the darkness and provided guidance for travellers whose journeys continued the ancient human story of courage and determination, of setting out across dangerous waters in search of better harbours, of trusting in the reliability of lights maintained by strangers who understood that some forms of service required no reward beyond the knowledge that the work mattered, that the light burned true, that another night's watch had been faithfully kept. The autumn morning revealed the lighthouse in its full coastal splendour, the white tower catching the early sunlight and reflecting it back toward the sea like a mirror designed to announce human presence to the vast indifference of the ocean. The paint gleamed with the fresh brightness of the annual maintenance that Thomas had completed just weeks earlier, applying layer after layer of white lead paint that would protect the iron and masonry from another year of salt spray and coastal weather. This painting ritual represented more than mere maintenance. It was an act of defiance against the corrosive forces that sought to reclaim every human structure built near the sea. Each brushstroke was applied with the understanding that the ocean's patience was infinite, that it would eventually claim every lighthouse ever built, but that human determination could postpone that victory for decades or even centuries through careful attention to the details that separated preservation from decay. The lighthouse service took pride in the appearance of its stations, understanding that a well-maintained beacon inspired confidence in mariners who depended on its reliability. Ships' captains often commented in their logs about the condition of lighthouses they passed, noting not just the brightness and timing of the beams, but the overall appearance of the stations, the evidence of care and professional pride that distinguished first-rate installations from those that had been allowed to deteriorate through neglect or insufficient funding. Thomas took personal satisfaction in maintaining Beacon's Rest as a model station, one that reflected credit on the lighthouse service and honoured the memory of the keepers who had served before him. The station's logbooks contained entries dating back to its establishment in 1865, creating a continuous record of weather observations, ship sightings, and maintenance activities that documented nearly half a century of faithful service to the maritime community. These logbooks told stories that went beyond mere data recording. They captured the personalities of different keepers, their individual approaches to the challenges of coastal service, their responses to storms and emergencies that tested both equipment and human resolve. Thomas had spent many winter evenings reading through these historical entries, learning from the experience of his predecessors, while adding his own chapter to the station's continuing story. The October morning air carried scents that spoke of seasonal transition, the salt tang of autumn seas that seemed sharper and cleaner than summer's heavier atmosphere, the wood smoke from cottage chimneys in the coastal villages where families were beginning to prepare for winter's approach, the crisp freshness of air masses that had travelled across thousands of miles of open ocean before reaching this particular intersection of land and sea. These seasonal changes affected lighthouse keeping in subtle but important ways. Autumn storms arrived with greater frequency and intensity than summer weather disturbances, requiring extra attention to equipment security and emergency preparations. Winter's shorter days meant longer periods of beacon operation, increased oil consumption, and extended night watches that tested keepers' endurance and psychological resilience. Yet Thomas had learned to find beauty and meaning in these seasonal challenges, understanding them as part of the natural rhythm that made lighthouses keep a vocation rather than merely a job. The work required adaptation to forces beyond human control, acceptance of conditions that couldn't be changed, and the kind of patient persistence that found satisfaction in duty, performed faithfully regardless of external circumstances. The morning maintenance routine began with inspection of the lighthouse's exterior systems, the drainage channels that carried rainwater away from the foundation, the ventilation ports that allowed air circulation within the tower, the lightning rod system that protected the structure during electrical storms. These systems required regular attention to prevent the kind of minor problems that could develop into major failures if left unaddressed. Thomas climbed the external ladder that provided access to the lighthouse gallery, checking each rung for signs of corrosion or loosening that could make the climb dangerous during emergency situations. The gallery itself required inspection of its iron railings and decking, components that bore the full brunt of coastal weather and needed regular attention to maintain their structural integrity. From the gallery, Thomas could observe the full extent of his domain, the rocky headland that supported the lighthouse station, the cottage and outbuildings that provided shelter and storage, the narrow path that connected the station to the main coastal road 2 miles inland. This elevated perspective revealed details that weren't visible from ground level, the patterns of water flow that shaped the rocky shore, the locations where driftwood typically accumulated after storms, the sheltered spots where wild plants managed to survive despite salt spray and constant wind. The cottage garden showed the effects of the advancing season, with summer vegetables giving way to the hardier crops that could survive autumn's increasingly harsh conditions. Thomas had learned to time his plantings to take advantage of the coastal growing season, which differed significantly from inland agricultural patterns due to the moderating influence of ocean temperatures and the challenges posed by salt-laden air. Root vegetables like potatoes and carrots could remain in the ground well into November, protected by layers of seaweed that Thomas gathered from the shore after storms deposited fresh supplies beyond the high tide line. This seaweed served multiple purposes: mulch for the garden, fertilizer for the following year's plantings, an emergency food supplement during winter months when supply boats couldn't reach the station due to rough weather. The storage buildings contained the accumulated supplies that would carry the lighthouse station through the winter months when regular deliveries became impossible. Barrels of oil for the beacon competed for space with sacks of flour and beans, cases of canned goods and preserved meats, tools and spare parts that might be needed for emergency repairs when professional maintenance crews couldn't reach the isolated station. This self-sufficiency was both necessity and source of pride for lighthouse keepers, who understood that their ability to maintain beacon operations during the worst weather often depended on preparations made during calm periods. Thomas had learned to anticipate needs months in advance, to maintain inventories that balanced adequate supplies against limited storage space, to develop skills that allowed him to perform repairs and maintenance tasks that would normally require specialized craftsmen. The workshop attached to the cottage contained tools that reflected decades of accumulated experience in coastal maintenance, hand planes and chisels for working with wood that had been seasoned by salt air, specialized wrenches for lighthouse equipment that couldn't be serviced with standard tools, soldering equipment for repairing the copper and brass fittings that connected various systems throughout the station. Many of these tools had belonged to previous keepers, passed down through informal inheritance when one keeper retired and another took his place. Each tool carried the patina of use and the subtle modifications that craftsmen made to adapt standard equipment to specific tasks. Thomas treasured these inherited tools not just for their practical value, but for their connection to the community of keepers who had maintained Beacon's Rest through nearly 5 decades of faithful service. The afternoon brought the kind of peaceful productivity that Thomas had learned to appreciate during his 16 years of lighthouse keeping. With the beacon secured for daylight hours and the morning maintenance completed, he had several hours to pursue activities that fed his intellectual and spiritual needs, rather than simply fulfilling professional obligations. Reading occupied much of this time, though Thomas's library reflected the unique requirements of isolated coastal living. Technical manuals shared shelf space with poetry collections, navigation guides, neighbouring philosophical treatises, weather references sat alongside novels that transported readers to distant times and places. This eclectic collection reflected both practical necessity and personal curiosity, the need for specialised knowledge combined with the hunger for broader understanding that solitude often encouraged. Thomas particularly valued books written by others who had found meaning in isolation and proximity to natural forces. The journals of Arctic explorers provided insights into the psychology of extended solitude, while the observations of naturalists offered models for the kind of careful attention to environmental details that lighthouse keeping required. These authors understood that isolation could be a teacher rather than a punishment, that silence could reveal truths that remained hidden in the noise and distraction of conventional social life. The cottage writing desk supported Thomas's own attempts to document the insights and observations that emerged from his unique position at the boundary between civilization and wilderness. His personal journal grew steadily, filled with entries that went beyond the official weather reports and ship sightings that lighthouse service regulations required. These personal writings captured experiences that had no place in official records, but that represented the deeper meaning of lighthouse keeping, the way extended solitude heightened awareness of subtleties that escaped notice in busier environments, the spiritual satisfaction that came from performing essential work without expectation of recognition or reward, the sense of connection to something larger than individual existence that emerged from maintaining watch during the hours when most of the world slept. The journal also recorded Thomas's observations about the natural world that surrounded the lighthouse station. Seasonal changes in bird migration patterns, variations in fish populations that affected the success of local fishing fleets, weather patterns that seemed to follow cycles longer than annual seasons, but shorter than the climate variations that scientists were beginning to study systematically. These observations contributed to Thomas's growing understanding of the coastal environment as a complex system, where every element influenced every other element in ways that weren't immediately obvious, but that became apparent through years of patient attention. The lighthouse station occupied a unique position in this system, human-built but dependent on natural forces, serving human needs but subject to natural limitations, representing human determination to impose order on chaos while remaining vulnerable to the very forces it sought to influence. The afternoon mail delivery brought correspondence that connected Thomas to the wider world of lighthouse keeping and maritime service. Letters from fellow keepers shared news and observations from other stations, creating a network of communication that spanned the entire coastline and provided support during the isolation that was both challenge and blessing of lighthouse work. Today's mail included a letter from Margaret Henley, who operated a lighthouse station with her husband on a small island off the coast of Nova Scotia. Margaret wrote about the challenges of maintaining beacon operations during the fierce storms that characterized the North Atlantic's autumn and winter seasons, when waves could reach heights that threatened even the sturdiest lighthouse structures, and winds could reach velocities that made routine maintenance impossible. Her letter also described the compensations that came with such challenging duty. The spectacular displays of northern lights that painted winter skies in colours for which ordinary language had no adequate names. The visits from Arctic wildlife that brought messages from the planet's most remote regions. The sense of participating in something ancient and essential that connected individual service to the largest patterns of human cooperation and mutual aid. Another letter came from Samuel Morrison, keeper of a lighthouse on the Great Lakes, whose duties included not just maritime navigation, but ice reporting during winter months when shipping lanes could freeze solid enough to support loaded freight wagons. Samuel's challenges were different from those faced by coastal keepers: lake storms that could develop with terrifying speed, ice formations that changed navigation channels from season to season, shipping seasons that compressed entire years of commerce into the months between spring thaw and autumn freeze-up. These letters reminded Thomas that lighthouse keeping was a profession that adapted to local conditions while maintaining universal principles. The commitment to reliability that connected individual stations to the network of navigation aids that made maritime commerce possible. The dedication to service that placed duty to strangers above personal comfort or convenience. The understanding that some forms of work required acceptance of solitude and hardship in exchange for the satisfaction of performing essential functions that society often took for granted. The radio brought its afternoon offering of news and weather information, connecting the isolated lighthouse station to the broader currents of human events that shaped the world beyond the horizon. Political developments in distant capitals, technological innovations that promised to change maritime transportation, economic conditions that affected shipping patterns and commercial fishing. All these forces influenced the daily realities of lighthouse keeping even when their effects weren't immediately apparent. Thomas listened to these broadcasts with the interest of someone who understood that isolation didn't mean disconnection, that lighthouse stations were integral parts of larger systems that connected local service to global commerce and communication. Ships that passed his beacon carried news and goods between continents, their safe passage dependent partly on his vigilance and skill, but connected to economic and political forces that operated on scales far beyond individual comprehension. The afternoon weather report confirmed Thomas's own observations about the stable high-pressure system that would maintain clear conditions through the following night. Such forecasts were valuable but not infallible. Thomas had learned to trust his own readings of local conditions while using official weather services to understand the larger patterns that influence coastal conditions. The barometer in the cottage kitchen showed steady pressure with no signs of the dramatic changes that preceded storm systems. The wind remained light and variable, typical of high-pressure conditions that allowed local thermal effects to dominate air movement. The sea state reflected these calm atmospheric conditions, with swells of only 2 to 3 feet arriving from the deep Atlantic, in regular ranks that suggested no major disturbances in the ocean areas that generated weather for the North American coast. These conditions would make the coming night's vigil relatively routine, allowing Thomas to focus on the contemplative aspects of lighthouse keeping rather than the emergency preparedness that rough weather required. Clear skies would provide excellent visibility for ships using celestial navigation, while calm seas would allow smaller vessels to venture further offshore than they would during unsettled conditions. The fishing fleet from Millfield Harbour would take advantage of such conditions to work the offshore banks, where the best catches could be found during autumn months. Thomas could expect to see their lights scattered across the eastern horizon as darkness fell, each boat following patterns established through generations of local knowledge about where different species of fish could be found during different seasons and weather conditions. The evening preparation routine began as the sun started its descent toward the western horizon, painting the sky in colours that seemed to emerge from some celestial palette that included hues for which earthly names were inadequate. The lighthouse stood silhouetted against this magnificent backdrop, its white tower transformed into a dark pillar that connected the glowing sea to the luminous sky, serving as a bridge between elements that might otherwise seem disconnected. Thomas climbed the lighthouse stairs for the evening lighting ceremony, carrying with him the accumulated satisfaction of another day successfully completed and the anticipation of another night's service to the maritime community that depended on the reliability of coastal navigation aids. The stairs no longer felt like exercise after 16 years of twice-daily climbs. They had become a form of moving meditation that prepared his mind for the transition from daykeeper to night guardian. The lens room awaited him with its familiar combination of precision engineering and practical magic. The Fresnel lens caught the dying sunlight and fractured it into thousands of rainbow fragments that danced across the walls like celebrations of light itself. Soon this same lens would gather the oil flame's steady glow and project it across waters where ships were beginning their nocturnal journeys, where captains were consulting charts and checking chronometers, where crews were preparing for night watches that would depend on the reliability of lights like the one Thomas was about to kindle. The lighting process had been refined through countless repetitions into a ceremony that honoured both the practical and symbolic importance of the lighthouse beacon. Thomas checked the oil reservoir with the attention of someone who understood that mechanical reliability was just the foundation for the larger trust that connected lighthouse keepers to the maritime community they served. The wick required trimming to ensure clean burning. The airflow needed adjustment to provide complete combustion without creating smoke that could obscure the light. The moment of ignition brought the familiar rush of satisfaction that came with the transformation of the lighthouse from dormant structure to active beacon. The flame sprang to life with eager brightness, its light immediately gathered and magnified by the lens until it blazed with intensity that could reach ships beyond the horizon of normal vision. The first sweep of light across the darkening waters marked the beginning of another night's vigil, another opportunity to serve as guardian of the light that connected human dedication to the ancient project of helping strangers find their way safely home. The lighthouse beam began its steady rotation. 4 seconds of brilliant illumination followed by 4 seconds of darkness, then light again, a heartbeat visible from the edge of the world. This rhythm had remained constant since the lighthouse first entered service, creating a signature that mariners could recognise from great distances and use to confirm their positions as they navigated the complex geography of the coastal waters. The view from the lens room encompassed the full drama of the meeting between day and night, between the known geography of the coastline and the mysterious expanses of the deep ocean. Ships appeared as distant points of light that moved slowly across the star field of the sea, each one carrying its own community of souls, its own cargo of dreams and necessities, its own story written in the ancient language of departure and destination. Thomas settled into the rhythm of night observation that had shaped his existence for 16 years, feeling the familiar sense of purpose that came with the knowledge that his solitary vigil mattered, that ships and sailors depended on the reliability of his light, that he was part of a tradition of service that connected individual dedication to the larger human story of courage and mutual aid that made civilization possible even in the most challenging environments. The night deepened around the faithful lighthouse, its beams sweeping steadily across waters that held the accumulated dreams and fears of everyone who had ever ventured onto the ocean, seeking passage to places where life might offer better possibilities. Each pulse of light reached across the darkness to touch these stories, to provide momentary illumination for journeys that would otherwise be conducted in blindness and uncertainty. The lighthouse stood as humanity's stubborn refusal to accept that darkness and chaos were the natural state of things, its beam representing the ancient human determination to create islands of reliability and care in a world where such things could never be taken for granted. Thomas felt honoured to serve as guardian of this symbol, as keeper of light that served both practical and spiritual functions in connecting isolated individuals to the larger community of souls who shared the planet's vast waterways. As the stars emerged with the brilliant clarity that came only on nights when atmospheric conditions created perfect transparency, Thomas began another night's watch with the quiet confidence of someone whose life had found its proper purpose, whose solitary service connected individual effort to the timeless human project of helping fellow travellers navigate safely through whatever darkness they might encounter on their journeys toward whatever safe harbours awaited them beyond the horizon. The lighthouse beam continued its faithful sweep across waters that reflected its light like scattered diamonds, carrying with it the hopes and dreams of everyone who had ever looked to such lights for guidance and comfort, reaching beyond the visible horizon to touch lives and stories that Thomas would never know completely, but that his vigilant service helped bring to successful conclusions, creating connections between strangers that proved the ancient truth that we are all, in the end, keepers of lights for one another. That's tonight's story, gently coming to an end. Are you resting beneath the misty cliffs of Scotland, the starlit skies of Patagonia, the jasmine-scented air of Jaipur, or the snowy hush of Quebec. If this tale eased your mind, like the episode, and subscribe to join us for more nights like this. Let the stillness embrace you. Let your thoughts float free, sleep sweetly now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous night.